Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the organizer, welcome to Bucharest, welcome to Romania. I hope you'll have a pleasant and fruitful stay. I am Vlad Macovei. I'm your moderator and your host today for this Congress and for tomorrow too. I'm the founder and general manager of Agrointeligența, which is a leading media platform for agriculture in Romania. And without further notice, I will give the word for our special guest, His Excellency, the Romanian Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Mr. Achim Rimescu. Mr. Minister, please.
Good morning.
Soyez bienvenue pour les Français ici. J'aime parler français aussi anglais, mais quand même je suis en Roumanie, alors je vais parler roumain.
Oh, I can speak both Romanian and French, but I'll speak in Romanian. Of course, we're all happy to attend such an important conference on sorghum, even though in Romania only 13,000 hectares are cultivated with sorghum. And yet, according to our data,
indică o importanță deosebită a sorghului în contextul schimbărilor climatice. Din două motive. Unul pentru că este o plantă rezistentă la deficitul de apă și în al doilea rând pentru faptul că fixează un hectar de sorg 50-55 de tone de dioxid de carbon în comparație cu cerealele celelalte grâu, spre exemplu,
compared to wheat, for example, which only manages 10 to 15 tons of carbon capture. Given the ever-increasing effects of climate change worldwide, of course, agriculture, which is deemed to be a contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, although at European level it has been stated that agriculture is not just a problem but also a part of the solution. As you know, crops can capture a lot of the carbon dioxide, but on the other hand, according to studies, things are not so good with animal production. Ruminants are responsible for methane emissions, which are, it seems, 10 times more dangerous than CO2 emissions. Thus, we should shift towards the direction indicated by research, namely use drought-tolerant crops, and sorghum is one of these. I see that the ASAS chairman is also here with us. So research also indicates chickpeas as a solution, but this is a conference on sorghum. Unfortunately, this crop is not widely spread in Romania. But I hope that, given the warm recommendations given by our researchers, this crop will spread. We've had exchanges of experiences with experts from other countries, from EU member states, and that will provide the opportunity to really benefit from all the advantages of this crop. I understand that protein is important. It's protein-wise, sorghum is comparable to soybeans, so it's up to us to encourage Romanian farmers to use this plant as much as possible. It may be a bit late, but I think we can still provide
Să vedem dacă
specific
putem
support.
să aplicăm o astfel de soluție, așa cum avem
Let's see if such a
la
solution can be applied,
soia, la mazăre și la
as
lăptăte,
we already have in place
sprijin
for
cuplat.
green peas, for
Desigur că ne vom
soybeans,
gândi
and so
în
on,
perioada următoare
to
la
have
astfel de
coupled
soluție.
support for the coming period.
Repet, sper ca în România să cultive cât mai mult sorg.
So, as I said, I hope that Romania will cultivate more and more sorghum, given all its benefits.
Depinde însă de rezultatele
It's true that this will depend on the in-field results of the cultivation. Of course, performance is not quite as good as those for corn, maize. The yield per hectare is lower, but we mustn't forget the advantages of sorghum cultivation. One kind of support support for our farmers would lead to the results we all want, given the advantages of this crop. I would expect our researchers to give us encouraging data, and I expect farmers to confirm these, because regardless how much theory you provide to a farmer, if you can provide figures to prove the benefits of a certain crop, then for sure our farmers will resort to that plant. I don't want to take over the discussions. I only want to wish you a lot of luck, a successful conference, following which, hopefully, we will all reach the conclusion that Romania will have a lot to gain by cultivating this crop, and not only against the backdrop of climate change and carbon capture, but also in order to provide benefits for our farmers, for whom, like I said, I will try, together with my colleagues from the ministry, to find solutions for support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for the introduction. Okay. As a background, my background is, as I mentioned, a journalist, so I will try to give you as much pieces of news useful and interesting for you as much as I can. So the first one, it's that this Congress, I think for the first time in the history of agricultural congresses in Europe, it's broadcasted live on YouTube on the Sorghum ID page. It's sorghumlineid.com, and everything that we'll discuss here, all the presentation, all the points of view will be broadcasted live to whomever wants to follow this Congress in Europe and worldwide. Once again, the page for the live feed is sorghumlineid.com, and today and tomorrow we'll have a full coverage of the Congress and of the intervention. Okay. It is an honor for Romania, and I think for Romania agriculture, to host so many important companies, representatives, academics, researchers, and farmers too, from Europe and worldwide, to discuss about a culture that, in my opinion, has given lots of piece of news in the last 3 or 4 years. Maybe in Romanian media, in specialized agricultural media, sorghum was not present since, I don't know, 3, 4 years ago. But right now we have stories about the farmers that are beginning to grow sorghum, and it's more and more an interesting culture for Romanian farmers and for the companies too. So this is the first piece of news. Okay, I would like to thank the organizers, and this Congress is organized jointly by European Confederation of Maize Production, the Romanian Maize Growers Association, Arvalis Plant Institute, the French Technical Institute for Arable Crops, the French National Federation for Maize Seed and Sorghum Seed Production, the following seed companies: Cosat Semence, Euralis, KVS, ReaGT, and Semence de Provence. And with the support of our partners, Adama, BASF, and Syngenta. I would like from your part too to give a warm full thanks for the organization of this Congress. Thank you. Nearly all the speakers of at the Congress will be speaking English. We have a simultaneous translation in French, Romanian, and Russian. So the channels for the translation will be like this: number 1 for Romanian, number 2 for English, number 3 for French, and number 4 for Russian. As you know, we will have some, today and tomorrow we'll have some workshops in number of 5 on different uses of sorghum, on genetic progress, on crop management technique, on markets and trade, on agricultural policy. At the end of these 2 days, we, the organizer, will present, together with you, will present the conclusion and take-home messages. Okay. So the first workshop of this Congress will be from energy production to food and feed. But first, because we have some opening speeches, I shall give the floor to Daniel Perob, President of CAPM, who will give the opening speech at the first European Sorghum Congress. Mr. Perob, s'il vous plaît.
Prezentarea de deschidere. Aveți cuvântul.
Monsieur le ministre, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen,
tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier Monsieur le ministre de nous avoir rejoints ce matin et pour tout l'intérêt qu'il peut porter à cette culture et ce congrès. Et c'est pour nous un très grand honneur de le recevoir et pour la pertinence des propos qui ont été tenus. Merci, Monsieur le ministre. Si je suis président de la Confédération européenne des producteurs de maïs, c'est avant tout parce que je suis agriculteur dans le sud-ouest de la France, polyculteur éleveur. Et c'est à ce titre que je suis responsable dans le maïs. La CEPM, Confédération européenne des producteurs de maïs, dont
here, as well as
je remercie.
Within this organization, and of course I am glad to be here. I am honored to be here for the first event of this type. Sorghum represents only a small fraction of the total global area compared to maize. However, it can offer a true solution to our growers. It can become an opportunity. In order to do that, we need to identify its weaknesses and as well as its advantages. On the one hand, we are talking about advantages in terms of soil and in terms of temperature, of climate, given the climate change context, as well as environmental and economic advantages. Sorghum also has another advantage in Europe, advantages that are not known in Europe. In order to do that, we need to mobilize around it, and we need to, I would like to thank Mr. Luc Esprit here, who has invested himself in this effort. Also, we need to focus more on its genetics, markets, agronomy, outlets. It is in that way that we can build this industry. Upstream in order to do that, we need to get together, discuss, unite, and also thank you very much for your interest in this event. Farmers, scientists, agronomists, economists, professionals in general, and associations in the field in Europe. Through your presence here, you actually prove your interest and your willingness to build this industry. And I think the basis is there, the foundations are there. We can build this sector. Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to thank the Minister of Agriculture for his presence because he has to leave. Thank you very much, Minister, for your presence and for your speech. Oui. So Mr. Peyrob is followed by Mr. Olivier Bouillet, Managing Director of Agritel, who will present a snapshot view of sorghum in Europe and around the world.
Do you have the slide? Yeah. Hello everybody, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the organizer for giving, let's say, some words to Agritel. I have a presentation. Let's say the idea today will be to focus on the key fact that characterizes the sorghum market, mostly at the global stage, in order, let's say, to focus more at the end on the European, let's say, opportunities. First of all, I just wanted to remind that there is, let's say, many use of sorghum, many, let's say, kind of sorghum. I will focus on the sorghum for grains, but I don't forget that there is indeed sorghum for silage or sorghum for, let's say, for sugar. So let's focus on the sorghum for grain. Usually, let's say there is quite an opposition made between, made between corn and sorghum. But if we, let's say, go more into the details and let's say take a bit, pay a bit attention to the component of the sorghum compared to corn, I think there is, let's say, some interesting figures that have to be highlighted. First of all, I think it's regarding the energy. So, regarding the energy, there is as much energy in the sorghum than in the corn. But there is also one interesting point when now we know that protein are getting more and more expensive. There is this interesting point that sorghum has more protein, where the protein contain more proteins, let's say, than corn. So when protein is becoming expensive, this is, let's say, for me quite a key element. In terms of let's say agronomy, it's interesting to focus on the fact that sorghum is, let's say, it's a good alternative for dry areas to corn. If we look, let's say, for example, to corn and sorghum production in the United States, okay, we know, everybody knows the Corn Belt, but once it's becoming dry, let's say, in the south, we have, let's say, this is where the sorghum cultivation is concentrated. We can have, let's say, the same observation with Argentina. Indeed, in the south of, yeah, in the, no, let's say the south of Argentina, which is more wet, is, let's say, concentrated on corn, but in the northern part of the country, we are more focusing on sorghum. So we can see that, no, depending on the weather condition, sorghum, which is more resistant to dryness, has, let's say, opportunity, and the, let's say, the example of US, Argentina, clearly demonstrate that. It could be the same, let's say, if I would focus also on Australia, and let's say even in Europe. And in this, especially in this area, here I took figures from the, let's say, Sorghum, American Sorghum Association, and focusing, let's say, on Kansas without irrigation. We can see that, no, in terms of economical point of view, there is, let's say, good reasons for sorghum to be cultivated. First of all, let's say, compared to corn, the price of the seeds is is clearly, let's say, less expensive. According to those figures provided once again by the American Sorghum Association, we are about $30 per hectare for corn, for sorghum, and let's say for $200 per hectare, more or less for corn. So only the cost of the seeds will be a key point for the, let's say, economy of the chain value. And if we take let's say the figures regarding Kansas, even, let's say, with lower yield potential for sorghum, but with, let's say, we will focus on that. Maybe for you it will be something new, but prices for sorghum in US are higher than for corn. Altogether, let's say, if it's hard to earn some money with corn in Kansas, sorghum is clearly, let's say, a good alternative. So it's, let's say, we can now focus on that. Let's say in drier area, there is, let's say, no cooperative to be done, and let's say that sorghum is, let's say, profitable. If we go to, let's say, the consumption of the sorghum, I think that everybody has in mind that sorghum is mostly going to the feed industry. But if we, let's say, check out the tendencies that we can check for the last 15 years, let's say the use of the feed industry, of the feed sector, is, let's say, step by step decreasing. Meaning that, as of today, let's say, sorghum is mostly used for the human consumption. Okay, this is, I think, maybe something we don't have in mind. If we enter, let's say, a bit in the market and just, let's say, focus on the global figures, we can see that over the last 15 years, the worldwide sorghum production is stable. Okay, about 65 million tons, which is stable. By the same time, let's say, wheat production increased from 500 million tons to, let's say, has almost increased by 50%. The same for, even more for corn, but sorghum remain stable. When, let's say, interesting to focus on the fact that, okay, maybe wheat production is growing, corn production is growing, areas for corn, wheat are growing, but areas for sorghum at the global level are stable. It do means that, let's say, the increase of corn is not at the expense of sorghum. looking to the world trade, it's about, no, it was a bit, no, it was near and either higher than 10 million tons. Okay, it's not a big volumes, but usually, let's say, as market driver, we focus on the volumes which is traded compared to the volume which is produced. And let's say for wheat, 1/4 of the wheat is traded let's say each year. For barley, 20%. Corn, a bit less. But sorghum, let's say, no, it tends to decrease now, meaning that we will let's say focus on the factors that influences the price formation. But of course, when there is, let's say, a low volumes trading compared to the production, we will see that, let's say, the factor impacting the sorghum prices are linked, of course, with the corn production, with the wheat production, not only, let's say, internal factor. This year, let's say, we are about to break a new record at the global level for production. So it means that, yes, it's more or less stable, but let's say the crop is, has still, producers have still interest in this crop. Who are the key players? There is about, let's say, 40 or 43 million hectares that are seeded. Okay. Where? India, Nigeria, Sudan. But then we can have, let's say, a focus on the yields that those different countries have. Okay, in India we have 7 million hectares of sorghum, but we have 7 million tons of production. What is the yield? About 1 ton per hectare. This is the case for India. This is the case for Nigeria. And if we look to US, 2 million hectares, 9 million tons of production, meaning more or less, 4 tons per hectare production. Okay. And then focusing on production and consumption, what we'll look at. The first producer is not the first consumer. Okay, US is is from far the biggest producer. Then Mexico, but Mexico, everything what Mexico produces is let's say consumed in Mexico, and we have to check that, let's say, the first consumer, China, with 9 million tons consumption, only produce 3 million tons. Okay, so we can see that US produce, let's say, 6 million tons more than it consumes, and China consumes 6 million tons more. China produce 6 million tons less than it consumes. So the conclusion will be quite simple. We will face, let's say, a bipolar organization of the market. And then now, if we look at the, let's say, global trade, this is what I told you. The first world exporter from far is United States. Okay, 6 million tons, and then we have, let's say, some smaller players, which are Argentina and Australia. And let's say inside of the demand, who is the key country for demand? We have China from far. Where is Europe? Europe, we can see that is not in the list of the biggest producer. But Europe, let's say, we will see that is a constant importer of sorghum. meaning that Europe doesn't produce enough sorghum. And yes, US is leading the world trade with 75% of the flow of goods, and let's say that China is taking 70% of the world trade. Then now let's say just you know that prices let's say is the resultant of offer and demand. So just let's say we can just propose just to focus on the three key countries for export, and just on what can happen with China. So if we look to US, the biggest share of the production is for export. Okay, so sorghum for the US is clearly, let's say, a business crop going to export. It's also, I think, that what we had, let's say, for instance, in 2014, 2015, when there was, let's say, over 10 million tons of sorghum traded by that year, US is even, let's say, able to reduce the domestic consumption in order to answer to the demand. Okay, this is clearly what we have, sharp decrease of the internal consumption in order to supply the world market. So interesting to notice that sorghum in US, let's say, is business oriented. What regarding, let's say, Argentina and Australia? Argentina has, let's say, decreased quite a bit the production, and now is, let's say, providing 1 million tons to the world market, quite stable. But you know that it is not only the case for sorghum, but you know that Argentina has decreased the export tax for all, let's say, the grains, the corn, the wheat, the sorghum. So those grain crops are getting now more profitable. For example, we will have a 30% increase of the corn acreage in Argentina, meaning that in the coming years, it will be interesting to follow the behavior of the Argentinian farmers, especially, let's say, as in some dry area, I'll show you that, let's say, the profitability of the crop could be good enough to overpass, let's say, corn. Australia, more or less, let's say, stable, also providing to the world market about 1 million tons. But for sure, we have, let's say, to focus on China. Okay, the production of sorghum in China is more or less stable, a bit more than 3 million tons, but looking to import. 2 years ago, China imported more than 10 million tons of sorghum, so mainly from US. And let's say now the trend is clearly bearish, not only for the sorghum, but let's say for the other grain. And let's say China has divided by 2 almost its imports. And also, let's say, its consumption. So when we know now that China is the key, let's say, importers, it's important for the market to at least to try to understand what will be, let's say, the trend regarding imports, sorry. And we can see that, let's say, okay, China has divided by 2 is sorghum export, but it's not only the case with sorghum. Let's say it's about new, let's say, national policy with decrease of corn in orange, corn export, barley, corn import, barley import, and also, let's say, sorghum import. And Sheng, my colleague from China, will tell more on on the Chinese, let's say, demand. But for sure, let's say they have big stock of corn that they have, let's say, to use. So let's say for the coming years, it will be hard to expect an increase of the sorghum import. I told you that, let's say, 2 years ago, China imported more than 10 million tons of sorghum. But if we look to the, let's say, what is the key drivers? Of course, the key drivers, it's, let's say, prices, yeah? If we look to the spread between Chinese prices, let's say, for corn, minus Chinese prices for sorghum. What we had, let's say, for the last 2 years, we had big, let's say, big spread over, let's say, $200, which was driving clearly, let's say, the import of corn, the import of sorghum. But since, let's say, they get off with the, let's say, intervention prices for corn, the picture has changed, and this is, let's say, the reason why the lifting of the corn intervention prices is, let's say, now the main reason why sorghum trade has the decrease. And looking to the exporters, 3 of them, let's say we can see that, let's say, the competition between them is, let's say, quite hard. Let's say, as of now, all of them have at the same, let's say, price level in terms of FOB, a bit more than 50 was the lowest, let's say, now about 170, which is quite the same as for corn. Okay, so we can see that the direct, let's say, link with sorghum prices and corn prices, let's say, even on the international stage. And we can also see, let's say, the new policy in Argentina, the lifting also of the export tax. It was about 20% tax for export, now it's 0, and we can see the effect on the prices. Now, let's talk a bit about the price formation of sorghum. I think, let's say, for European player, for a player of the Black Sea, most of them are used to see sorghum prices below corn prices. Okay? If we take, let's say, 20 years or even more, let's say a large historical of prices for sorghum, here we have, let's say, average prices ex-work in US. Okay, everybody knows, I think, this type of figures. Peak of prices in 2007, 2008, peak of prices in 2012, okay, as it is for corn, as it is for wheat, for example. And why that? Here, we got, let's say, the prices for, let's say, sorghum, let's say, in the US countryside, and here, let's say, the stock-to-use ratio for all the grains in the world. What we have, let's say, we can see that the more tension we have on the market, the lower as the, let's say, feed grains stocks, the higher is the price of sorghum. So we can see that this demonstrates that sorghum prices are directly linked with the feed complex. Okay, and what to expect, let's say, for now? Even as for corn, average, let's say, stocks are of wheat, stocks of corn are growing. So bearish bearish, let's say, element on the market for the grains and also for, let's say, for the corn. But I wanted, let's say, to not to be so pessimist for the sorghum. We can now see a good trend in US in terms of prices. Especially, let's say, let's check the ratio corn over sorghum prices. What we can see now for 2-3 years, let's say, ex-work prices for sorghum in US are now higher than the corn one. Okay, this is a situation I think we don't have in Europe. I'm sure we don't have, let's say, in Black Sea, but in US, let's say, now prices of sorghum tends to be higher than for corn. And even if we take, let's say, 5 years average, by along the marketing year, sorghum prices remain higher. Okay, which when I, let's say, dig a bit into this market, this was for me quite a surprise, because I was, let's say, I get on my mind that sorghum prices should be or are minus 10% or minus 15, 20 compared to the corn. So for me, it's an interesting element. So maybe I give, let's say, not that much, not a lot of space for the situation in Europe, but what we have in Europe. I told you already that Europe is a net importer of sorghum, okay? Now let's say the import has about 150 tons, 150,000 tons per year, which is okay. Not a big share of the world trade, but I think interesting to notice that if we go 10 years back, we, let's say, can demonstrate, but that year, 2007, it was a bad corn harvest in Europe, okay, less than 50 million tons. And what did European, let's say, feed industry, they increased the sorghum import until 6 million tons. So it do means that when, let's say, in case of emergency situation a bit, let's say the behavior of the European feed industry can adapt, meaning that yes, I think it's clearly demonstrate that the place of sorghum in Europe, let's say, has potential to grow when we look at this figure, because it was imported and consumed. Let's say to conclude about this part, we have to notice that yes, the production of sorghum is stable, but for me, when all the acreage for wheat, corn is growing, the acreage for sorghum is stable, so it's still a good sign, okay? Meaning that sorghum producers are, let's say, convinced that this crop is, let's say, competitive compared to other one. This is important. Regarding to the world trade, sorghum prices are directly linked with the, let's say, with the feed complex, and we have, let's say, two main players: US and China. So Europe don't, let's say, has no intervention almost in this market, but the remaining question lays on what will be, let's say, the behavior of China tomorrow. Maybe China will continue to decrease sorghum import. So this is something that has to be followed. This is a real question. And let's say 10 years ago, what did Europe for import? No, clearly show that there is a potential, that there is interest for sorghum for feed, and that there is, let's say, a place to be taken. Thank you. If you have, let's say, some question, maybe.
Thank you very much. A very interesting and very dense presentation. A piece of information throughout the Congress, and in particular during the breaks. There is an exhibition of posters in the main Congress hall. The author of the posters are there and will be pleased to present them and answer your questions. And the different organizers of the Congress, companies, have a booth in the next room, displaying and presenting their different activities. So especially during the breaks, we will kindly invite you to visit the exhibition of posters and the booths of companies. It is now time for the first workshop focused on the different uses of sorghum, and I would like to invite to the stage the panelists. Dr. Mandy Fritz, in charge of Renewable Resources Department of TFZ Institute in Germany. Mr. Cătălin Fudulu, Director of Geomarsh in Romania. Alexis Ferrard, an engineer with Arvalis Plant Institute, France. And Mr. Bob Sandrino Arndt, OCP, consultant in Africa, in Cameroon, consultant for Africa in Cameroon. I will kindly ask the distinguished speakers to come to start our workshop. Please. It's good to know that each speaker has approximately around 20 minutes for the presentation, and at the end of the workshop there will be a Q&A session for all the presentation, everything you want to know, supplementary, if you have questions. At the end of the workshop you'll have the occasion to address those questions to each panelist. So without further notice, I will give the word to Dr. Mandy Fritz.
Okay, good morning from my side as well. And I would like to thank you, the organizers, for inviting me here to give this talk. As it was said before, I'm going to present you the use of sorghum in Germany, and my part is to show you what we are using sorghum for, and this is mainly as an energy crop for biogas plants. My talk is going to show you why we are using it for biogas, and I'm going to present you some of our data from our cultivar screening in Straubing, Bavaria. I'm going to show you some facts about the methane yield of sorghum. And in the end, of course, I'm going to sum everything up and show you what would be important key breeding issues for Bavarian farmers. But first of all, I would like to introduce myself and tell you where I'm coming from. I'm from the Technology and Support Center in Straubing, and our focus is to do applied research. We are a governmental institution of the Bavarian State Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Forestry, and my responsibility is the sector of energy and raw material crops, and my colleagues are working on biofuels and combustion of biomass. As I said, it's applied research, so we have to make sure that all our results and experience find a direct way to the farmers, and we try our best as well to keep our politicians informed, but it's not always enough to let they do what would be sensible. And in Bavaria, if you want to start a bioenergy project, for example, a heating station or something like that, you can ask us, and in most of these cases, you can get funding. So let's start with sorghum. For us, sorghum is much more than feed. It's an important energy crop in Germany. And this is because it has a really high yield potential. If we do have no limitations looking at water or nutrient supply, the yield potential of sorghum is higher than for maize in German growing conditions. And what is also very nice for sorghum is that it's requiring only a short growing period, so we can mix very diverse crop rotation systems with this sorghum. For example, first we grow a whole crop cereal, which is harvested in June, and after this we can sow a sorghum and harvest this as a whole crop somewhere in early October. So we have 2 harvests in this year. As the speaker before was already telling you, the input factors for sorghum are much lower than for maize, so this is also a big advantage. And of course, sorghum does not require as good growing conditions as maize, so if we have a light soil or a drier climate, sorghum is better to choose than maize. The methane yield is satisfying. I'm going to show you some more data about this. And under our conditions, sorghum is rarely used as feed, as a whole crop, because it tends to accumulate prussic acid in the crop. And at the time when we are doing the harvest in autumn, there are often some cold nights, and these are going to do some stress to the plant, and then we have too much prussic acid in this crop. And in the last years, we had some regulations which helped to improve the sorghum growth. For example, when this Diabotica virgifera, the western corn rootworm, was going into Germany on a few regions, then there was a limitations to grow only maize in 2 or 3 years. And we do have some areas in Germany where there is corn maize grown year after year after year for some decades now. And of course, these farmers had to react, and the alternative crop for them was, of course, grain sorghum. And when we're using sorghum as an energy crop, there was a renewable energy law in 2012, which limited the input of maize silage in these biogas plants to 60%. And of course, you needed some alternative energy crops, and sorghum was as well a very good choice. But we have to state that in the older energy laws, there was no such limitations, so this regulation only fits for a few of the biogas plants we have in Germany, which are around about 8,000. And what we were working for in 2009, we wanted to check what is going to happen with our growing conditions when the climate change is hitting. So we are expecting to get a warmer and in the summer a drier climate, and we did some climate scenario modeling and checked if this is going to be helpful for the growth of sorghum or not. And you see here on the left-hand side the weather conditions how they have been 1961 to 1990. And there are lots of these blue areas which are not suitable or hardly suitable for sorghum growth. Either it is too cold or we have early or late frost or something, which is not very good. And if we have known this area, which was modeled 2011 to 2040, we're now in this time period. You see that the growing conditions are much better now. The yellow and red parts are increasing, and this is why we're still working quite intensively on sorghum, because we think we have to be ready when this crop is really needed in Germany. Because when the growing conditions getting better for sorghum, they are getting worse for other crops. And now these are some data from our variety screening. We're doing this screening since 2006. And every year we get around 40 to 50 different cultivars. And 2015 has been a wonderful sorghum year in Straubing. You see we have some late maturing maize as a check. And we have some early maturing maize, which is sown at the same time point as our sorghum cultivars. And it's clear to see that the yield potential of sorghum is much higher than of maize, which has the same time period to grow. We also reach this high yield level, but what is the problem in Germany is that the maturity of sorghum is not that good. So it's easily to get nice dry matter contents for the maize, but to reach at least 28% with sorghum is quite hard, even in good years. And what is also interesting that we test also a lot of grain sorghum varieties, and they are not really adapted to our climate conditions, so they are not early maturing, most of them. There are a few, but lots of them are not really good enough to be harvested as a grain crop under our Bavarian conditions. Now I'm going to switch to the next year, 2016, and you see at one glance, 2016 has not been a good year. We had really cold and wet conditions in Straubing. At the end of August and in September, it was then very warm and very, very dry, which was nice. We had a summer at least, but for the sorghum crops, it was very, very bad, because you can imagine at the beginning it was too cold for nice development, and later on the root system was not really developed to cope with these dry conditions. And lots of rain and wind means we had lots of lodging, and this is why these yield data are really depressing. There are only a few cultivars which could cope with these conditions, and unluckily maize could cope as well. And to show you this in some pictures, this is how it looked like in the field. The sorghum was nearly flat. It was really hard to harvest. We had quite some yield loss. And the maize here is standing tall and stable, which is not nice to see if you're a sorghum researcher. And what was really surprising for us this year, we also had really severe lodging in grain sorghum. There were quite some cultivars which were severely lodging. But what is a positive aspect about sorghum compared to maize, we had a trial where we had lots of wild boars or wild sows, and they really like to feed on the maize, and you see they were nearly eating everything of the maize, or the main cobs, but the sorghum here was left untouched. So this is a really important aspect for a farmer to decide, am I growing sorghum or am I growing maize as well? Now I would like to go on to methane yield or methane output in kilograms per organic dry matter. And you see here 3 different sorghum types: grain sorghum with the G, forage sorghum, and these hybrids or crosses of sorghum bicolor and sorghum sudanense. And here in the bottom, this is maize. And the first difference, I think, which is really clear, is that maize contains lots of starch, whereas only grain, sorghum, and a bit of these hybrids have a bit of starch, but not that much. And what is also quite interesting is that this ADF part is very low in maize compared to sorghum. And this ADF contains cellulose and lignin, which are not that good or really productive in the biogas fermenter. So a high ADF part means that the biomass is not so digestible and will give lower methane yields. And the other thing which is interesting is the ash content, which is quite low in maize and nearly double as much in the sorghum crop. And if you imagine that you have a lodging sorghum, which is dirty with soil and stuff, this part will be much higher. And of course, then the biomass and the biogas yield or the methane yield is going to be lowered as well. And to give you some more information why I think that the starch content is not so important, I brought some data which we got in 2013 from the cultivar GK Emmersche, which is a grain sorghum, and we fractioned this biomass. So we have here the whole crop, then only the grains, and of course, if we have only the grain, we have a high content of starch, which is logical. And if we have the residue plant, the starch content is nearly nil. And there we have some artificial mixtures of residue and grain. And what I think is very, very interesting, normally you would expect, oh, I have lots of starch, means I have lots of energy in this biomass, I should have a high methane yield per kilogram. But if you compare these columns, the difference is not so high. So it's not really the energy content what you would expect, but it's really the digestibility of the biomass which makes the most influencing factor for the methane yield. And the methane yield depends on the quality of the biomass, as I said, and this is varying between the years as well. So you see here 4 cultivars, and here on this hand side the methane output, and you see that it can be in a range between 270 to 320 or something. So from year to year there is a high variation. But what makes a much higher variability is the biomass yield, which is then influencing the methane yield per hectare. And you see in good years as 2012 here, it's very, very high. And in other years, the yield per hectare is quite low. And if I sum this all up of our data, we have here forage sorghum, grain sorghum, the hybrids and maize again. We have here the number of data from the 3 years I told you. And you see that the methane yield per kilogram is a bit lower than for maize. But the difference between these 3 types is not so high. If we check the methane yield per hectare, you see that the grain sorghum has had a higher output, but the methane yield per hectare is the lowest of all we are comparing. And unluckily, the methane yield of the maize is much higher than for sorghum. And if I calculate this in this data, I have 15% more methane output in maize, which is not so much. This is really the yearly variability, but in total per hectare, I have nearly 50% more. And this is the problem for the farmers, because they would need 50% more area if they skip maize and want only to grow sorghum as an energy crop. Now, if I sum this all up, what would be the most important things for the breeders to make sorghum more attractive for the Bavarian farmers? They just need a high biomass yield per hectare. And for this, for example, the stableness of the crop is really, really important, so that if I have a high biomass production, I really want to be able to harvest it from the field. We need a high methane yield per kilogram dry matter, and the most important factor to influence this is the digestibility. So I need a low ash content and a high content of N-free extracts, or on the other hand, I need less lignin or less cellulose. And starch, sugar, and everything else is not so important, but it could be important to get the crop to improve the maturity when it's building more of this corn. So with this, I'm at the end, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Doctor. A very interesting and useful presentation for the biogas market. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Cătălin Fudulu for the subject of animal feed. Mr. Fudulu, please.
Thank you. Thank you everybody for being here today with us. My name is Cătălin Fudulu, and I'm the technical manager for animal nutrition and feed formulation in Gheomark, Romania, and Evialis, which are two companies which are present on the animal nutrition industry in Romania. I will start with a short presentation of our activity in Romania to have an idea about what we are doing. So we are part of the French company called Neovia, which is formerly known as In Vivo NSA, which in fact is belonging to the French cooperative In Vivo. We have two companies in Romania with two complementary activities. One is vitamin mineral premix production, which is in fact raw materials for feed production, and the other one it's complete and complementary feed production. One it's located near Bucharest, and the other one it's in the north east in Bacău. Before we will move to, today I will show you the interest and the elements that are, let's say, related to sorghum grain used in feed and animal nutrition in general. Before we will move to the presentation, I would like to show you a few figures about the feed production in the EU 28. Regarding the production, last year the total feed production in EU 28, it was roughly 158 million tons. Germany being the leader, followed by Spain and France. In terms of volumes produced by species, poultry is leading, followed by pigs and cattle feed. As we can see clearly here. Regarding the raw materials that we are using to produce this quantity of feed, cereals are almost 50% of the total raw material necessary to produce feeds. So they are a very important raw material for our industry. Of course, followed by the protein sources, which are cakes and meals, and the other ingredients that are usually used in the feed production. Regarding the use of cereals at the EU 28 level, more than 0.5%, it's used for the feed by the feed industry and at the farm level. So animal nutrition, it's using more than half of the cereals that are used at the EU 28 level. Now we will move to the presentation of sorghum grain used in the feed and in the animal nutrition. As we all know, it's a cereal belonging to the Graminea family. It is at this moment the fifth most important cereal in the world in terms of growing areas and crop production. It has a nutritional profile which is quite similar to that of maize. It has also a specificity among cereals because it has tannin content. It can be used both in human nutrition besides animal nutrition. We have already heard about that, and it is true. But the European production is mainly used for feed, in Spain being the fourth most important cereal used. Regarding varieties, sorghum has more varieties, but for animal nutrition, only two are, let's say, more important. The one for grain, which is sorghum bicolor, and the other one which is for fodder, which is sorghum sudanense. Nutritionally, we can divide them into three groups according to their tannin content: low tannin, medium tannin, and high tannin. Of course, for feed, we are seeking varieties that have the lowest tannin content possible. Regarding color, there is also great variation. We can see that we have available grains with different colors, starting from white grains to yellow, brown, even black. Of course, all of them can be used in feed and animal nutrition, but there is a preference for the white varieties because they are associated with low tannin content and better nutritional values. Of course, today, due to the work that has been done to sorghum breeding and selection, there are a lot of varieties, brown varieties, that have also low tannin content. Few words about the grain structure. The grain structure is a typical one for a cereal. It's a caryopsis type. It has a diameter between 4 and 8 millimeters and a weight of 25-35 milligrams. As a structure, it has three distinct anatomical structures: pericarp, which is the outer layer, a germ, and the endosperm, which is the storage tissue, and it's roughly 85% of the total seed. Tannin varieties have a particularity. They have present a testa layer, which is located between the pericarp, which is on the exterior, and the endosperm. This is very clear shown here in this fluorescence micrography, which is performed on a cross section of non-tannin sorghum kernel on the left and a tannin sorghum kernel on the right. Here on the right, we can clearly see the presence of this pigmented testa, which is associated with the presence of tannins. Regarding its nutritional profile, as for all cereals, sorghum grain is used in feed as an energy source and has a profile, a nutritional profile very similar to that of maize. It has a protein content between 9 and 13% based on dry matter content, but with a lower content of lysine. This is true for all cereals. And a content of starch of roughly 70% based on dry matter content. Of course, low tannin varieties have a better nutritional value due to a better digestibility of protein and energy. Here there is some average values that we find. This is as is not on dry matter basis. These are, let's say, average values that we find and we use when we are formulating feeds for animals. We said that it's quite similar to corn, so being so similar, we have to make a comparison. It can be a good alternative to corn. So, but we have to consider some differences. Of course, there is a high level of protein in sorghum, but the variability of this protein content is higher. It is also higher in tryptophan compared with corn, but it's a little bit lower in lysine and methionine. In terms of energy, it's not a very big difference between corn and sorghum, both for pigs and for poultry, so it's not a very big concern. Another topic is related to the xanthophyll, the pigments that are present in corn and are not present, or the amount is very small in sorghum, and this can have some impact on the egg yolk pigmentation, and depending on the situation, on the broiler skin pigmentation. Another topic is related to the risk of mycotoxin contamination. We have seen that due to the fact that sorghum has open flowering and it is produced in a drier conditions, has a lower risk of developing mycotoxins and have a higher mycotoxin contamination compared to corn. A few words about potential constraints from the nutritional point of view, and we have to consider that few elements. These are tannins, caffeine and phytate, because they all together can have an effect on the nutritional value of the sorghum grain. Tannins affect the digestibility of protein and energy, and can have also an effect on the taste and on the palatability of the feed. Caffeine is the dominant protein fraction of sorghum, and it's a little bit poorly digested and has an unfavorable amino acid profile with a low content of lysine. And of course, when we speak about phytate, around 70% of the total phosphorus content in sorghum grain, it's bound in phytate, thus making it less available for the animals. A few words about tannins and their anti-nutritional effect. It's the only cereal that contains tannins. They are present in the varieties with the pigmented testa. As a mechanism, they are natural water-soluble polyphenolic compounds. They are found also in other, let's say, things like tea, like wine, like grapes. So it's not specific to sorghum. As a mechanism, they are to reduce the feed efficiency, the nutritional value. They bind with protein, precipitate them, and make them unavailable during digestion, thus reducing the feeding efficiency. It can have an effect on some digestive enzyme also, and can interfere with the absorption of some minerals like iron. But we have to remember that they are non-toxic, and to some extent they can have an antioxidant effect. According to available data, we can see here that the digestible protein, both for poultry and for pigs, it's affected by the content of tannin present in the sorghum grain. So if we have, let's say, a 0.5% of tannin present in a sorghum grain, we will have the highest level of digestible protein. This is true for poultry, but also for pigs. So when we use sorghum, we are seeking sorghum that has the lowest possible tannin content. The same thing as for the energy. For pigs, for poultry, broilers and layers, level of the energy is affected by the level of the tannin content of the seed. So as high the tannin content it is, the lower the energy level. Regarding its use in feed, sorghum grain is a versatile raw material. It can be used in a great variety of feeds for different species and categories. It can be a good alternative, depending on the situation, to substitute maize in the diets for the animals. We have to take into account the tannin content, which can reduce the zootechnical performances. And there are some limiting factors, which is, of course, the tannin content, but for us as consumers in the feed industry, availability is also a topic, because you have to have a raw material available as much as possible to be used. Otherwise, if you have it from time to time, it's not so interesting. Regarding its use by species, for poultry it can be used as a main grain. Its low tannin, the low tannin varieties can replace maize and wheat to a great extent. The phytate content that we spoke about earlier can be counterbalanced by phosphorus supplementation, by adding monocalcium phosphate, or by adding phytase, or both, depending on the situation. Also, the low level oxantophil that is having an effect on the yolk pigmentation can be, let's say, fixed by using some pigment supplementation, synthetic pigments or natural pigments, depending on the situation. As inclusion rates, we can reach up to 40% in broiler growers and laying hens, so quite high inclusion levels. Of course, these are some recommendations. According to situation, you can go even higher or lower. This depends also on the quality of the sorghum and its tannin content. The use in pigs. In pigs, it's also a very suitable cereal, mainly for fattening pigs. As a general rule, it is recommended to avoid using it in high quantities and when you don't know exactly the tannin content for younger animals. So in this case, the piglets below 12 kilos, you should take, let's say, some precautions to be sure that the quality of the sorghum is checked in terms of tannin content. Particle size is very important because the particle size has an influence on the digestibility of the sorghum for the animals. So it should be, let's say, for the pigs, a good particle size is around 650 microns. So this should be managed when you mill in the factory the raw materials. From the literature, there is an information that high tannin sorghum can have also an effect on the meat flavor in pigs. Honestly, I didn't see that. It is possible, but it has to be taken into account. In terms of inclusion levels, we can use it up to 45% in adult animals, and of course, you can go even more depending on the situation. For ruminants, it's a very palatable raw material. Its starch is less degradable compared to starch from wheat and barley, this way making it, let's say, less acidogenic, so more secure for ruminants. Tannin content for ruminants doesn't have such a bad effect because of the precipitation which occurs in the rumen by the rumen microflora. And to some extent, it can have also some beneficial effect because it can prevent bloating and it can increase the amount of bypass protein. As inclusion levels, we can see that we can go up to 40% in breeding cattle, 45% in beef cattle, and 40% in sheep. Regarding some technological properties related to feed production with sorghum, which should take care about the grinding because the seed compared to corn, it's smaller and it's harder. So we should take care that no seed is passing through the screen of the hammer mill. So we don't have to have entire grains. And also we should take care about the particle size, which is in connection with the digestibility. Regarding pelleting, sorghum starch compared to starch from corn, wheat, requires a higher temperature for gelatinization, which helps the quality of the pellet. So we have to adjust the pelleting temperature in order to secure the pellet quality. And depending on the situation, feed color can be affected, depending on the variety that are used and the inclusion rates. It can be darker. There are some preferences in some part of the world, including here, for the feed to be yellow. It is, some customers associate yellow color with high quality feed, which is not the truth, in fact. Regarding its quality control, it is usual quality control as for the other cereals. Nutrition quality is based mainly on analysis of humidity, protein, starch content, and of course tannin. Fat, fiber, and ash are relatively constant, so you don't have to take care a lot of them, but they should be analyzed. And of course, we have to check the other quality elements that are affecting sorghum and also some other cereals. And here we have some picture of some sorghum with different defects, and like a moldy sorghum, a germinated sorghum, split sorghum, and sorghum attacked by insects. Regarding the contamination, sorghum grain can be affected also by fungi and by bacteria, both in field and during storage, as other cereals also. The usual mycotoxin that we are seeking and we are finding are aflatoxin, vomitoxin, and zearalenone. Here there is a summary of some analysis made on some sorghum samples from USA, Argentina, and Brazil, France, and Spain. And judging these values, mainly the mycotoxin contamination, we can say that in Europe, the samples from Europe compared to the samples from South America and North America have a lower contamination with mycotoxins and a lower count of enterobacteria. In terms of rejection criteria, because our industry has some criteria to accept or not some raw materials that can be used in feed production, there are few we can mention. The most important being the humidity and the tannin content. But of course, there are sensory properties, impurities, and microbiological and mycotoxicological contamination. But not all of them are very easy to be analyzed when you receive the raw material. The usual one are humidity and protein and impurities, but tannin is not always easy to analyze when you receive the raw material, so this is linked to a traceability that is important for us. So in the end, I want to highlight a little bit some take-home messages, like sorghum grain, it's used mainly for energy source in feed. It is similar in terms of nutritional profile with maize. It is suitable for use in multi-species, poultry, pigs, ruminants, but we can speak also about fish, about rabbits, about some other animal species. Its high tannin content can reduce feed efficiency, and this should be taken care of. But low tannin sorghum, which is, let's say, in Europe, the vast majority, can be used at a very high inclusion levels in compound feeds without any problems. In the end, I put two things that for our industry are important. Availability, I told you that we need to have a raw material available most of the time to use it. And traceability. Traceability means that it is important because you cannot perform a tannin analysis very easy. So if you have traceability in terms of where this sorghum is coming from, what was the hybrid that was used to cultivate these sorghum grains, it is, let's say, a guarantee for us that it is a low tannin variety and we can use it with higher security. Thank you. And if you have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fudulu. Very interesting and relevant information for the farmers. I will pass quickly the floor to Mr. Alexis Ferrard for the use of silage sorghum. Thank you. Mr. Ferrard, please.
Bonjour à tous. Alors, je vais vous présenter quelques éléments de l'utilisation du sorgho en tant qu'ensilage pour les ruminants. Donc, je vais parler français pour essayer de respecter le temps, si ça fonctionne la traduction. Vous me faites signe si besoin. Donc, du coup, je vais vous présenter quelques éléments sur l'utilisation du sorgho en tant qu'ensilage et notamment pour le remplacement partiel du maïs fourrage dans les rations des ruminants bovins lait et bovins viande. Donc, quelques éléments pour présenter tout d'abord l'entreprise Arvalis. C'est un institut de recherche appliquée où l'on travaille sur différentes espèces, notamment donc, les cultures céréalières, mais aussi les fourrages, dont le sorgho. Et donc moi, en ce qui me concerne, je travaille sur la partie utilisation des fourrages par les animaux. On travaille à différentes échelles, donc depuis l'échelle génotype, jusqu'à l'échelle dimension territoire avec une analyse multicritère sur un territoire. Par ailleurs, au niveau donc, des types de production, on s'intéresse depuis l'agronomie jusqu'au produit fini, donc l'alimentation humaine ou l'alimentation animale derrière. En termes de partenariat de recherche à Arvalis, donc un institut de recherche appliqué, on travaille beaucoup avec la recherche fondamentale, académique, mais aussi avec les entreprises de la filière privée, donc jusqu'aux coopératives
with the private sector as well as professionals as well as traders and merchants, and we have about 100 staff, of which about 50 researchers, and we cover all the French territory. I focus on the in an experimental station in southern France. I'm going to present various elements. First of all, we are going to define a little bit the feed value of silage sorghums, as well as several results that we have obtained in diets of young bulls, the fattening of young bulls. A few numbers regarding the silage sorghums. Relatively recently, a classification of sorghums was done in France in terms of nutritive value as well as energy value. The first category, which we have classified as silage in order to make it simple for the growers. And the other one is the dual purpose use. That we also have a third category, which is biomass, but we've already covered that this morning. So what you have here is the chemical composition of silage sorghum. That is protein content, the non-digestible fiber, the organic matter digestibility, as well as starch. And you can see that the values are relatively close. We don't have any sharp differences, but what we are mostly interested in is the digestibility of organic matter, which is a little higher than in silage than for dual purpose. In terms of the when we build the rations, we look at the energy values and protein. The energy values for silage goes up to 15% higher than the dual-purpose sorghum. How do we evaluate the energy? We need to use a system of equations. For the monocut sorghum that we use as silage, so far there was no specific equation, neither in Europe nor elsewhere. And we would use the corn equations.
d'amidon dans leur
So we are talking about sorghum, which does not have starch. For everything else which is not sorghum, a grain sorghum, which does have starch, now we have a formula which allows us to appreciate the energy value of the silage sorghum in relation to maize as well, and of course for the benefit of growers. For the other types of multi-crop, multi-mown sorghums, there is no equation. We only have some specific values that you can find in our INRA books. Some recommended levels in terms of energy and protein. So these are values that you can find in our literature, and I can give you the sources for that. So we also look at the food value of grasses because they are very, very close. In terms of either the energy value, the higher it is, the more interesting it is, of course, for growers. And on the other, horizontally, we have the starch content. If we compare, for example, the maize silage, which has a good feed value, like 50% cob, which is a good ration. Sorghum has relatively the same value of energy as corn, but starch is lower. So this is an advantage in terms of the ruminant diets. The dual-purpose one is lower in energy, but has other advantages. And also, I added the biomass sorghum just as a reminder. Now, so this is our classification. There are these two types that should be interesting for you in terms of replacements, particularly the brown mid-rib sorghums, low in starch but very good in energy, as well as the photoperiodic sensitive sorghums, the PPS. And also the grain type sorghums, which work both as grain and as silage. Now, all feeds that stand at this level can be good for either meat and dairy cattle, while any lower than that, this is good for heifers and beef cattle in general. In terms of the dairy cows feeding, this is a photograph of the station where I work. One first test focused on a partial replacement of with sorghum, 50% sorghum, 50% sorghum, a dual-purpose sorghum. So the energy level is a bit lower than corn. And we have made a comparison to see what that gives. We have lowered. The milk production went down, which is quite significant. On the other hand, there is a positive effect in terms of the fat content in milk, so up to 5–10%, which is not negligible. On the other hand, the fat content, the fat-adjusted milk, recorded a 5% decrease. The maintenance of the animal is even better, which globally we can talk about the decline of 10% in terms of the feed conversion. At any rate, there is a superior value compared to classic feeds, so we can afford increasing we can actually increase the fat content of milk, and that is important. If we look at, well, we conducted the same type of experiment with silage corn and a BMR sorghum. Compared to the witness, 100% maize, there is a 3 or 4% decrease in the milk. On the other hand, there is a very positive effect in terms of milk fat. And in the end, the production of adjusted milk is stable. The intake of dry matter is slightly better, which is usually the case when you introduce grasses. But in the end, the result is at least equal to the case in which you would feed corn 100%. So we can talk about an improvement and also a better digestibility of the diet. Now, if we replace the maize completely with sorghum, this is a summary of tests we've run. I'm presenting some averages here. So according to the various types of sorghums, the quality is, however, on an average. If we use, for example, only silage sorghum, the whole plant, the digestibility, the intake is definitely higher, about 20%. On the other hand, the production of milk is not necessarily the same. It does not increase at the same rate. So that is one important factor to increase. On the other hand, with the dual-purpose sorghum, the intake goes a little lower. But on the other hand, you decrease the milk production as well. For almost dry cows, you can go for that kind of ration. On the other hand, if we use sorghum with very little starch, this is important, which is for energy, because it's very high in energy and also does not pose any sanitary problems and gives a good production as well. Now, in terms of grain sorghums, which we do not use very much in France, but they could be an alternative for you, at least as a partial replacement to maize in Romania. There is a wide variety of uses. Why? Because first of all, grain sorghum is very similar to corn because you can just replace it with no problems in the diet. On the other hand, it's important to remember that you need to give it more area. On the other hand, the stage of the harvest, because if you harvest it at the right stage, that can have a good impact on the milk production. But if you harvest it too late or too early, you miss the right period in terms of using it when it is you can use about 30% of the dry matter. And also beware of course the attacks on the grains. And the grains must not be too dry. If we are to give a little bit of information, silage sorghum, for example, the BMR type, if we are to replace it in a ration of a dairy cow, for example, there is a positive effect here. When the yield of corn, for example, is about 10 tons of dry matter per hectare, For a sorghum of 10, you have a reduction in costs of about 5 euros per 1,000 liters of milk, which is not bad. And it's true that the BMR has a lower yield by 20% compared to corn, but you can accept that given the benefits. In France, for example, the BMRs produce less than maize, but they are still an interesting option for livestock growers. For the other types of corn, if we replace 50% of maize with either grain or dual-purpose sorghum, first of all, you would have a decrease in inputs. On the other hand, you're interested in getting a consistent yield year after year. And also, in terms of milk, the fat content is going to be more positive, and however, you would have a decrease of 10 up to 15% in milk production per se. So you have about a 10% decrease in food efficiency, feed efficiency.
Donc bien souvent, moi je garde comme repère, si on est toutes choses égales par ailleurs, il faut que le sorgho grain ou d'usage ait un rendement de 10% supérieur à un maïs pour être intéressant au niveau.
At any rate, in my opinion, sorghum should have a 10% plus in yield to be interesting compared to maize. Now, in terms of the sorghum silage for beef, in terms of the young bull fattening activity, one first test indicated with a total replacement of maize with sorghum, doesn't matter which, the best, let's say, BMR. Why this particular one? Because of its dry matter content at harvest. So we had two types of sorghums that were tested. First of all, one that was at 23% DM and the other one at 28 DM, which is more adequate. We had the Limousin during this trial followed, going up to 430 kilograms carcass weight. And the results were better when they ate sorghum. If the silage is drier, the ingestion goes back to the levels of maize, more or less. In terms of the average daily gain, it goes down if the silage of sorghum is not dry enough. If it's dry enough, then we have an ADG levels that are quite similar to maize. That works pretty well for the Limousin breed. So you have a 25% dry matter content for the whole plant. Here we have replaced partially the corn with sorghums, two types of sorghum. This was the witness, so the 100% corn. The next one, 50% maize silage, 50% grain sorghum, and the third one, mixed silage, maize plus BMR. So without starch. And the same complements with cereals and cakes. In terms of digestibility intake, it's relatively stable no matter the diet. So it's rather positive. The animals ate a bit too much even. The same with the dairy cows. On the other hand, it is also good in terms of the so grain sorghum stimulates ingestion intake.
Donc c'était non significatif, néanmoins 30 grammes, ça commence à compter.
30 grams do make a difference. Now, in terms of the growth of the animals, we have the same food efficiency, and this is an improvement here when using the BMR. So that has to do directly with the sorghum, with the starch content. The same calculation as previously in terms of the economic benefits of the sorghum replacement. At the same yield, between corn and sorghum, we reduce the food cost of about 10 euros per carcass of young bull. So this is still interesting. What is also interesting is that we have the same trend with the dairy cows and young fattening bulls. Now, in order to sum up a little bit the various types of sorghums, BMR, grain sorghum, photoperiodic sensitive, I'm going to try and review them all. One first type, which I haven't talked about too much, is the grazed sorghum. We didn't talk too much about that. It can be, basically all sorghums can be grazed, although some are more adapted to that than others. Of course, provided that they are multi-crop. However, when grazed young, it can have a certain level of toxicity. So that is the recommended height. If the producer knows his sorghums, he knows when to allow his herd to graze it. And also, this is a readily available crop once it is grazed. A little over a month, it can be growing back. And with the BMR, we have a plus of average daily gain. 10 or 15% better than other sorghums. Now, in terms of the silage sorghums, the same energy value as maize. The objective at harvest is 25% dry matter. That helps improve the diet digestibility, so you can be sure you have a good ration both for beef and dairy cattle. And also, of course, there is a positive effect in terms of feed efficiency. Now, the photoperiodic sensitive ones, these types of sorghum have a good potential in the field of yield, but on the other hand, they have low energy content. They're about 90% in value, in energy value compared to corn. If they are used partially with corn in a ration, they can stimulate growth, whether it's beef or milk. The grain sorghums, also within the silage category, relatively similar performance compared to maize. The interest is feeding grains that are not very dry, because you can have grains at various stages of development. But the important thing is to catch them at the milk dough stage. There's an increase. We can talk about an increase of 5 to 10% in the DM intake. A great benefit. Well, I have eliminated the lodging issue. It can be used as a double-purpose crop. Given the fact that they have a better intake than the maize, they are economically interesting. And finally, for the dual-purpose use, we talk about silages that are more often than not quite productive in the field, but on the other hand, the energy level is about 80 to 90% compared to maize. And also it is recommended for dairy cows at the end of lactation, and as well as young bulls. What we have to remember is that for the different types of sorghum, we have different types of energy, and at each level you have to know with what to combine it and how much. On the other hand, we have high levels. We can talk about high levels of energy per hectare with any type of sorghum. With the exception of grain sorghum, ingestibility intake goes down a little bit. The sorghum is an interesting option after this post-milk quota age. We can talk about at any rate of an increase in productivity of about 5% in milk compared to other options. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrar. Very interesting and very specific information that is, as far as I saw, very useful for cattle breeders in terms of dairy or beef. I will kindly remind that after the last presentation of this workshop, I will give you the opportunity to have questions and remarks, and I think there are distinguished guests that have those questions and remark. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Bob Sandrino Arndt, who will talk about sorghum for malting. So world beer production is safe no matter what. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like first to thank you, the organizer, for inviting me here to give a view about sorghum development in Africa as a whole, but specifically Cameroon. So during my course, my short expose, I will talk about the sorghum production in Africa as a whole, so the key facts and trends we have there. And then I'll focus then on what are the key drivers for the sorghum production increase in Africa. And then the last one will be the social and economical impact of the sorghum beer production. So shortly about myself, I'm working as the head of agribusiness development for OCP Africa. OCP Africa is a Moroccan group for fertilizer production, so based on phosphate. Before joining OCP Africa, I was working for Diageo Group. It's a big brewery and liquor company, and I was also in charge of sustainable agricultural development, working mainly on the developing agricultural sourcing, and one of our agricultural sourcing was sorghum for sorghum beer. So I'll use this experience to share with you a little bit the development of sorghum production as once, but also for beer production. So if you look a little bit at the fact concerning sorghum production in Africa, and we try to sum the different producers from Africa, India, Sudan, Mali, Burkina Faso, we will see that Africa is actually the first producer from sorghum in terms of volume. And if you look a little bit at the main producer, we have Nigeria with the first one, Sudan, Ethiopia, Burkina Faso, Mali. So sorghum is in Africa the second main produce cereal after maize. Now we have a look a little bit, if you took the four main countries, Nigeria, Sudan, Ethiopia, and Burkina Faso, they are doing 17% of the sorghum production in Africa. That's a little bit the truth about the production. Now we're trying to make a kind of comparison between production and local consumption. We are seeing, let's talking again the four biggest producer. We see that most of the production we have in Africa is also consumed in Africa. And one of the key things or the key information we have in comparison to Europe or USA, as you have seen in the different slides, is like the production in Africa is mainly for human production. That means just for eating. And that's one of the main reasons is sorghum is a simple cereal, and it's easier for African producers to produce it. So they don't produce it mainly for industrial purposes, as we have here in Europe or in America. They produce it to eat it by themselves. So that's why if you go at the percentage of sorghum usage in Africa, we will see that 17% is actually for food. Yes, thank you, because I was just a little bit confused about the color. 7% is for food, and the rest is for production industry, brewery mainly, because brewery is the main driver for industrial production of sorghum, and the rest is for waste or transformation. So we have a different trend in Africa. So we produce a lot, but for the moment, just for human consumption. And the second point is there's a lot of small farmers. When we look deeply at the production, we see that most 17 to 80% of the sorghum producers have less than an acre of production surface. So that means it's a lot of private production with a lot of loss in the production, a manual production, low yield increase, and that's the second point we'll go. Now again, a point of, yes, if you look at the other side, concerning the yield, the productivities, we see in the presentation, for example, of the colleague beginning, you have if you take, for example, Nigeria, we have a big surface of sorghum production, but no enough yield to let's say to capitalize on the production. So that's definitely one of the challenge of sorghum production in Africa. But by the way, we have been in the last 5 years, we have been seeing a new trend in the production increase and also, let's say, the use of sorghum. This trend has been mainly driven by the brewery industry because some countries like Nigeria, for example, the government set some restriction on importing cereal for brewery. So they import and they oblige the brewery companies to use local cereal, and then the brewery company started then to use sorghum to produce beer. And if you look a little bit the development of the market, the African market brewerage, we see that there is a big potential in the structure of we have only for beer like 160 million hectoliter inclusive sorghum beer. So this is actually what is driving the production increase of sorghum, but also the use of sorghum for brewery purposes. Because as we saw in the different slide, farming sorghum is quite easy, quite simple. It's not require a lot of input, so that it's quite easy for smallholder farmers in Africa to produce it. And now we have big industry who recognize the potential, or let's say the use of using local sources like local cereal and sorghum to produce beer. So now, if you look at the structure of the different that's the fact 2011, we see that there is a big part of sorghum beer indeed produced in Africa, and the trend are going up. So we are seeing more and more brands who are fully sorghum. We are seeing more and more, let's say, big player investing in new brand in sorghum, because sorghum has also like the kind of local touch and local identification. So that's how the thing we are really driving the use of sorghum production for beer. Now we look a little bit at the key driver and the market player. As I said, especially in Central and Sub-Saharan Africa, we have all these big players in the brewery industry who started investing a lot in developing local brands with sorghum. We have their sorghum beer volume in 2011, Heineken, Diageo, Sap Miller, who are really investing in doing brands based on sorghum. And definitely this sorghum beer volume is also driving the sorghum production and the yield increase, because they are also investing in developing new sorghum variety seeds, developing, let's say, working on capacity building for farmers to increase their productivities. So when we think about, a key question will be probably, why are, let's say, the brewery investing today in sorghum beer brand? The answer is quite simple. We have a extremely growing brewery market in Africa, or beer. It's not like Europe, where, for example, if we took, for example, Cameroon as example, we have 80 to 90% of alcohol consumption is beer. So just a little part at drinking wine or whiskey, something like that. So that means we have a big market. It is also, let's say, a product which is quite affordable from the price level. And these big brands are just listed. They have a kind of saturated market in America and in Europe. So they are seeing now Africa as the big potential. But at the same time, we have in Africa, as I said, a quite high production cost for beer. If you look, for example, at the slide, we see that the production costs in Africa are extremely high in comparison to other to other continents. So the idea, in order to really decrease the production cost for beer and have, let's say, a beer who are really affordable to the big and growing population of Africa, they are obliged to source locally. And when we look at the beer, 40 to 60% of the cost of the beer is the local sourcing, the cereal sourcing. That's why the reason these players decide now to invest in local sourcing. And when we look at the cereal production in Africa, we have maize, but also we have sorghum, based on the fact that sorghum is a cereal where you can really be cultivated easily everywhere, and especially in the dry part of Africa. Now, just a little bit idea about, we have been talking about sorghum beer for you, just as an information. What do we have? And I go through some of the key players to give you an idea about what we have as brand, but also the most important part is, is to see, for example, the sorghum content we have there, but also the price we have at the end of the day. So quite cheap brand, affordable to anybody, but that's only possible because they can also source locally. They can use sorghum as main source. That's Sap Miller is a London-based brand, mostly present in sub-Saharan Africa. Then we have Diageo too, with one of his, let's say, extremely well-known brand, Tusker in Kenya. I mean, it's everywhere where you go in Sub-Saharan Africa, let's say East Africa, especially Kenya. If you ask for a Tusker, you probably have a one, and you have a taste of a sorghum-based beer. And another brand too, HAP, here more in Nigeria and in Cameroon, well-known brand also. What else I can also say is we have, because I work for Diageo, a quite interesting thing about also such brands is that you have a lot of local identification to the brand. So you don't only have, let's say, a social aspect in terms of investing or impacting economically the farmers, but you have also a kind of an identification for the people buying the brand, because they know that, okay, I drink a beer from sorghum who are farmed by our farmers here. And to finish, we have Heineken too with the brand. So as we see the same criteria, the fact that the prices are really, really, really low, and as such, quite affordable. Now, the other aspect, and for me especially, and for farmers, is that we have a big social and economical impact of those brands investing in local sourcing. And each of them have invested a lot in the field. We have, for example, Diageo, who has launched the project in 5 countries. I was in charge actually of this project. So that means trying to improve the productivity of local farmers, working on them, on different partners. That is actually one of the reasons I'm here, because we have been working with Eralis on varieties improvement, seed variety improvement to increase the yield. Because if we really keep the trend of using sorghum for brewery, we definitely need to increase the yield. Having yield of 1 to 1.2 tons per acre cannot satisfy actually the demand. So one of the key work was to work on how to improve the yield of our farmers. Then we have also the social impact. For example, for Diageo here, with 350,000 farmers involved in the different local sourcings project. Or if you look at Sap Miller, we have over 1 million farmer impacted indirectly in the different project. But also the the revenue increase of the farmers in our project. In the last year, we have like 260% increase in terms of revenue. So that means what there was, that in terms of revenue, that means the revenue they were having when they were going to sell their sorghum at the market in comparison to what they were gaining when they were selling it to Daigyo or to Sap Miller. We have also here Heineken with a little bit map on the different country where they are involved with sorghum production, with project, let's say local development project. We see quite a bit that the brewery industry is doing a lot. It's a really win-win situation. They are having something from using local sourcing, for using local produced sorghum, but at the same time, they are also impacting life of farmers. So just to conclude with my expose, as I said, we have definitely what we can take home today is like the African beer market is really growing. It's growing fast with a lot of potential. When we look at the demographic growth, it's amazing. At the same time, we have in other big continents like Europe and America, a saturated market. That means there is this big potential there for the big player. But at the same time, we have product costs who are really high in Africa. That's why they are obliged to invest or to look for productivity, let's say, cost efficiency potential in investing in local sourcing, in looking for cost reduction through sourcing locally, in order to be able to produce brands who are affordable to the middle class, and based on the different, let's say, expose we had concerning sorghum. Sorghum will be definitely today and probably in the next 10 years one of the key agricultural input for beer production. So we think that, and me especially, I'm convinced, because even working for OCP Africa, I'm still in charge of looking at how to increase the production of the farmers, how to increase the capacity of the farmers, and we are working on maize, sorghum, and rice as key cereal where we see a potential for economical development. But as we, for example, see in a different expose, we also see that sorghum don't only have the potential for the brewery, we have potential for energy, renewable energy. We have a big potential for animal feed still to come. So the brewery industry, as let's say a catalyst of this development, will probably also drive, let's say, the diversification of sorghum use in Africa. That means going from the industry through other special use like animal feed, like energy. So to close, and probably also for us, a key aspect will still be how to increase the productivity. And that's also for us a quite interesting point, even for me, and to see actually how to share experience, to get return on experience on where you have here, because we definitely need to increase the productivity, you definitely need to increase the yield, you definitely need to increase the capacity of our farmers so that sorghum can be, let's say, in the next 10 years also a key driver for economical and social development in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What an impressive experience Africa has in terms of sorghum crops and processing congratulations. And hopefully we'll have a increase in market share of jokes that begin with a cowboy enters a bar and asks for a sorghum beer. So hopefully it will work out. So, okay, we are at the question and answer point. So please express yourselves, and our distinguished guests are here to answer any question you have or to interact in terms of sharing opinions and information. Please. Okay.
Olga Sidorenko, magazine Agro-Expert, Ukraine. I have a first question to Ms. Fritz about biogas varieties of sorghum. My question is, if we look for feeding industry to our Ukrainian farmers, all producers, they recommend to make mixed fields together, corn and sorghum. And if to look to biogas, is it worth to do also these mixed mixtures on field, or better to have separately corn and sorghum?
Thank you for the question. I have to admit that I haven't done any research on this, but I know that these mixtures are quite common, and I think it would be a good choice to do it, because if I have a mixture, I spread the risk. One of these both crops is going to perform better in this year and to enhance the mixture. And even if the sorghum is not that mature and the dry matter content is low, it will be quite okay together with the maize. And they are both quite good crops for biogas. So I think it would be worth to try the mixture. Yeah, I have to admit that Mr. Zacharias has a right point there, and the herbicide options in sorghum are really low, especially in Germany. But at the moment, we always ask our farmers not to grow sorghum on a field where we have problems with lots of herbs, and so maybe it could work, but it's really depending on the conditions. Yeah.
Okay, other questions?
Yes.
Okay.
So, first of all, congratulations for this success relating to the Congress. My name is Leandro Piranatisti from Argentina, and I would like to ask you a question to Sandrino. So, congratulations for your presentation. So, as you already said, the production of sorghum is almost fully consumed locally in Africa. So, what the question is, how is the commercial relationship between producers and viewers, and so how prices are being established there in Africa? How is the commercialization of sorghum in Africa connected with the prices? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. Firstly, as I said, there was, till we started with the project, no, let's say, formal commercialization of sorghum. So the farmers, when they cultivate sorghum, they are firstly for personal and private needs. So that means for the family, and the rest they have from the harvest, they bring that to the market and then sell them to who is actually, I mean, to the neighbors. I mean, the one who don't have sorghum just buy it for private purpose again. As we started the project, the idea was then first to organize a little bit the farmer structure and farmer groups and cooperatives. That was the first step. The second step was to work together with them on a kind of cost model for production, to really see actually what they have to pay for the production. And after that, we have to think about how to increase the product cost. And at the end, we agree together, I mean, the farmer groups and we as buyer, on a price. That means calculating and saying, okay, we as a brewer, we are ready to pay you this price. But I think the most important thing actually in looking at this model is not the end price, it's actually the business model. Because I can, no matter the price, I can come to the sorghum farmer and say, okay, we have, for example, today, a ton of, we were buying a ton of sorghum at, let me convert a little bit, at around about 500 to 600 euro. That's the price for one. But the problem is actually not the end price. The problem is pre-financing the production. And that's a key aspect. Because even I say to the farmer, okay, I'll buy your sorghum for 1,000 euro per ton. If you don't have money to pay entrant, to pay and sort of thing, he will not produce. So the challenge actually in this business model was not the end price, was to agree on pre-financing model. And that's where we as brewer, we really had to use our power to negotiate, for example, with microfinance institute, let's say, quite cheap financing credit to the farmers so that they can use it and produce and sell it to us. So that was actually our added value, that we can use our power and go to the microfinance and say, okay, look at, we have, for example, Guinness Cameroon, we need for this year like 600 tons sorghum, and we are sure we buy it, and that's already a guarantee, and that's how the farmer who can produce it, but they do not have money to produce it. And we agree on this cost model, and for this cost model, they need so much for intrant, so much for farming, so much and so on. Can you offer them a credit? And we discuss also with the credit, the microfinance, the cost of financing. That was also a quite interesting thing where we can use to reduce actually the end price of harvested sorghum.
Thank you. Please.
Oui. Merci beaucoup pour la tenue de ces interventions. Et j'aurais une question à M. Ferrat. Vous avez présenté la comparaison énergétique du maïs et du sorgho, mais concernant la ration vache laitière, compte tenu des prix actuels et de la compétitivité de la ration et du taux de protéines dans son coût,
the current prices and the protein content, I would like to know whether or not sorghum can be more competitive as regards protein. To answer that question about the protein content of sorghum silage, that does not exceed the protein content of maize. But that has, typically in France, we don't use sorghum grain. We have other cereals that we use more commonly. So I don't think there's an advantage in terms of protein, but the great advantage of sorghum is starch without energy. I'm from Târgu Mureș, from the Zootechnical Institute. We have also conducted tests on animals. Are there any restrictions? Are there any restrictions as regards the administration of silage sorghum to young bulls, young cattle. It has been said that it has a certain toxicity. So what is the age starting which it is safe? In order to use silage for young cows, there's no restriction necessarily, especially for starch-free sorghum. Nonetheless, you should be cautious with very young cattle, newly born that is, that are being weaned to fodder. It may be a bit too early to use fodder sorghum. And here, I think it's best fit for dairy cows and beef cattle. So for young ones, starch-free in conjunction and using mainly maize and later sorghum.
One more question from AgriExpert Ukraine. Do you have any testimonials with sugar sorghum in feeding cows, for example, as a sweet additive?
For sweet additives? No. Actually, we focused only on BMR sorghum with quite a low glucose or water-soluble content. That's why when you've got a fresh forage with high water-soluble glucose, when it's inside, the content of this water-soluble starch or glucose is reduced by more than 100%. I mean, you've got only 5 to 10 maximum of water of glucose inside and fermented. So there is it can be a problem, but it's not. No, it's not very common. Actually, you can feed the cows with this sorghum very easily, and it's not disturbing with acidosis because the starch content is also very low. And the problem could be during when you open the silo, because you can have some dry matter losses when you don't use your silage very quick enough, and if you can have also another fermentation when you open the silos, and it could be a problem with some kind of sorghum if you've got a lot of water-soluble glucose at the end. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a question or more an answer to Katalin Foudoulou. Thank you for your presentation. It's about the relationship between the color and the tannin level. For example, in France, 80% of total surfaces are with red grain production, and definitely the tannin level is less than 25%. We are obliged to propose to the registration to have this low level of tannin. And we need to have, by our researcher, to prove that the relationship between color and tannin is not a reality.
Yes, as I already showed, this is a thing of the past, because in the past, pigmented varieties have been associated with high tannin content compared to the white ones. But it's not, I think it's not a problem anymore. Even we have used only, until this moment, we have just used only pigmented varieties. I haven't seen on our local market white varieties. So it's true. Due to the genetic progress, selection, the new hybrids that are produced today, despite the fact that they have pigmentations, they have a low tannin content. So this is not anymore an indicator of a good indicator of tannin content. So you don't have to rely on this when you judge the quality of sorghum grain in terms of tannins, just by looking at the color.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could add a comment on the tannins, actually color has no relationship at all to tannin content in sorghum. I can show you white sorghums that have very, very high levels of tannins on them. So the fallacy about colors and tannins is it's not there. There's a very good fact sheet on tannin content and tannins in sorghum. If you would Google sorghum checkoff, you can actually go to the sorghum checkoff webpage in the United States, and there is a 10 or 15 point discussion about tannins in sorghum that would really be useful for you guys to get to look at, because it does really explain tannins, where they come from, how you breed them out of your hybrids, and really there's this confusion about color and tannins, and it shouldn't be there at all. So if you can go to the sorghum checkoff program, there's actually a really, really good little handout. I believe it's in Spanish, French, and English as well. So it's something to go look at, and it, I think, would clarify the issues with tannin.
Thank you. Okay. I think that concludes the first workshop of the day. We'll have between 12:30 and 2 o'clock the Congress buffet lunch. Some practical information. On the back of your badge you have two colored round stickers. The red one is for the dinner tonight, and the different colored one with the name in the middle of it indicates the room name for the buffet lunch that happens right now. I will kindly ask to be there to restart our Congress at 2 o'clock with the second workshop. And don't forget about the poster and the booths. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's perfect. Let it here. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mulțumim.
Da.
Non, mais il faut j'ai tweeté plus de structuration, non, mais c'est des choses étudiantes dont on a besoin de mieux structurer.
Ouais, mais c'est bon, on en reparlera
Gata? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Would you be so kind to take your seats, please? Monsieur Perrin, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Okay. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first European Sorghum Congress. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch. So back to some, or first some practical issues. Here on the USB key that you have in your kit in your purses, there is the presentations and also the posters. And for those of you who hadn't had lunch, there is some delicious sorghum balls snacks. They are really tasteful and healthy. And I want to state it that they didn't oblige me to say that, so it's my personal approach to these sorghum balls, as I mentioned. Okay. As I mentioned in the morning, all the Congress and all the workshops and all the interventions, there are webcasted live on the YouTube, and the YouTube page is available on the sorghumlineid.com page, and you can access it there at any time. If there are colleagues or friends that they want to attend the Congress, you can send them the link, and it will be available online live. And beginning of next week on the same website, sorghum-id.com, you'll have the occasion to have all the workshop edited video with each, as I mentioned, each workshop in a special and dedicated panel there on the website. So basically all the presentation, all the interactions will be there in a very organized and easy to access way. Okay. Now is the time for the second workshop on genetic progress. I would like to invite the panelists to come up on the stage. Dr. David Pott, a researcher at CIRAD in France. Thank you. Mr. Jeff Dahlberg, Director of Care in the United States. Welcome. Okay. Patrice Janson, plant breeder with Pro Sorghum in France. And Christophe Ruillard from the ESA, European Seed Association in Belgium. Welcome, gentlemen. And I will ask Mr. David Poe to have the floor and have the first presentation of this second workshop on genetic progress. Thank you.
Do you want him or do you want me?
Okay, so it will be Mr. Dahlberg, of course, but you're more than welcome.
Let's see if they have, yeah. Let's see if they have that correct presentation.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me, and I would like to extend a warm welcome from California. So I've come out from California. I'd also like to get out of the way. I do not want to talk about politics in the United States. In fact, I'm looking for property in Europe in case things go wrong next week. So I'm going to talk a little bit about characterization, challenges, and uses of sorghum diversity to improve sorghum through plant breeding. I was asked to give a little background of what happens at my particular research center. I'm the largest research and extension center within the University of California system. The system in California is a little bit different. We have actually 3 universities associated with the land grant system in California. So I actually have academics from University of California at Berkeley, University of California at Davis, and Riverside that are all part of the land grant or agricultural research and extension system within the system. So that is a little bit different from the rest of the country. We are located in the Central Valley, in the San Joaquin Valley, so the middle of the state. Most people know of California. When I say I'm from California, you think of San Francisco and Los Angeles. You don't think about the San Joaquin Valley. But California actually is probably the 5th largest economy in the world based on just agriculture production. So California is an extremely important agricultural state for the United States, but also for the world. We grow 49 different crops on our center. Most research centers, if they're growing 5 or 10, that's a lot. We grow over 400 crops in the state of California. We're a Mediterranean climate, so much like places here in Europe, we don't get any rainfall in the summer. So we produce very high quality fruits and vegetables, and that's what most of the work on my particular research center is about. I came on board about 5 years ago, and in the state of California, there was very, very little sorghum production. I have been promoting sorghum as a forage crop for the state, primarily because we are the largest dairy state in the United States. So again, there's a bit of a misconception about the dairy industry in the United States. Most people don't realize that California is the largest dairy producing state in the United States. And I had a couple of interests in promoting sorghum in the state. Number one was we were going through a severe drought in the state, and we grow a lot of corn silage for our dairy production. And we were using probably 3 or 4 times the amount of water that you can use for producing sorghum forages. So I've been looking at evaluating and promoting sorghum forages in the state. But it also struck me that California is a perfect place to do drought tolerance work. So I've been doing quite a bit of drought tolerance over the last couple of years, primarily because it doesn't rain in the summer. And this is one of the few places in the United States where we could actually do relevant drought work in the field. So why are we even talking about sorghum? Even here in Europe, why are we talking about it? Because of drought tolerance. This is a picture out of Lubbock, Texas. A little sorghum stalk growing in some cement. Sorghum does not really need a lot of water. That does not mean you can grow sorghum without water. I've had that question asked. If it's drought tolerant, how come it doesn't grow when there's no rain? You still have to have some irrigation, some rainfall, some water in order for the crop to grow. And sorghum is also blessed with a several unique characteristics. We do have inherent drought tolerance in the crop, and this is here with stay green characteristic. This is a sorghum that does not have the stay green. So this is a post-flowering drought-stressed nursery in which that stay green characteristic is really showing itself. So we do have inherent drought tolerance in sorghum. Sorghum is an ancient crop. Most people don't understand that as well. It's been around for a long time. This is from the Naphtha Playa in southern Egypt. This is this is sorghum that's about 8,000 years old. So sorghum is an ancient crop. It's been around for a long time. It's in fact been in Europe for a long time. There were festoons. Artists drew festoons of sorghum in Italy back in the 1700s. So Europe does have a history of growing sorghum as far back as the early 1700s. But really, in order to understand how to make improvements in sorghum, you really have to understand where sorghum comes from and the diversity because of where it came from. So this is just a brief map of sorghum and where it was domesticated, primarily in this region of Ethiopia and Sudan. But from Ethiopia and Sudan, then, that sorghum spread out through the rest of Africa. And because of where it moved, different races of sorghum were evolved. And so in this particular region, you get the bicolors, the early bicolors, or the Sudan grass-like. So if you have seen Sudan grasses, those are early bicolors. And those typically are probably the least domesticated of the sorghums. In this area as well, you start seeing the development of Duras and Caudatum races, very important races in terms of yield potential. As you move into Western Africa and into some of these high rainfall forested areas, you get these guineas. Guineas are very unique in sorghums. They have involuted glooms. Because of the high rainfall, they needed to have some kind of mechanism to keep from getting lots of grain mold. And then sorghums that move down into southern Africa and develop into kafirs, which are, again, a very important grain type of sorghum. Now, I put this up because there was a lot of work done prior to this particular study back in 2015 by Klein et al. And they looked at using genetic markers to evaluate the gene flow of sorghum. And basically, this followed exactly the work that was done in the early 1960s and 70s by folks like Stemler, Harlem, and DeWitt, Mann et al., Fred Miller and that group, looking at really how sorghum was domesticated and where it moved. And these folks used genetic markers to try and look at sorghum at a genetic level and actually basically just reinforced all the work that had been done previously to 2015 about the spread of sorghum and its domestication. So I just wanted to point it out that we have used some genomic tools to verify really the early domestication and movement of sorghum. Because of where it's domesticated and where it moved, sorghum really has a tremendous amount of diversity. One of the confusing things that you will hear a lot of people talk about as biomass sorghums and forage sorghums and grain sorghums and hay sorghums and sweet sorghums. They are all sorghum bicolors. And people don't, they tend to kind of classify these as different species, as different really groups within sorghum, and they're not. It's really about utilization. How these crops are utilized really distinguishes them. Genetically, they're very, very similar, except for some genes. And the beauty behind that is that if you find resistance, or you find tolerance, or you find unique genes in one of those sorghums, you can move them over into all of those different sorghums. So it's really important to understand that when you talk about sorghums as a biomass, or as a forage, or as a grain, these are all the same sorghums. Basically, utilization is different. And that's important to really understand if you're going to improve the crop. One of the really nice things about sorghum and the fact that it was domesticated in such a wide range of environments and climates is that sorghum has a tremendous amount of adaptation. So this is just a map showing some of the limits of where cereals are grown, but you can see kind of the limits of where sorghum can be grown around the world. I've used this when I talk about renewable fuels because there are some discussions about using sorghum for, lots of discussions about using sorghum for renewable fuels. Just to illustrate the fact that sorghums can be grown in many places of the world because of its adaptation. But it's really important that you screen those sorghums in your particular environment because not all sorghums will be adapted to your particular area. And I think that's some of the things that we saw earlier this morning and some of the research that's being done in Europe with some of these forages. Some of these forages are not going to be adapted to Europe, and so it's really important to do screening and adaptation here. Diversity has also led to a wide collection of sorghums throughout the world. This is just a very small table. I know it's probably difficult to read of the major sorghum collections in the world. The USDA in the United States has the largest collection of about 43,000 accessions of sorghum, which represents about 22% of the total collections in the world, followed by the collection in India at ICRISAT, and then various other collections that you can see throughout the country, throughout the world. So there's quite a bit of diversity, quite a bit of collections throughout the United States and throughout the world that you can tap into if you're looking for germplasm to make improvements in sorghum. The U.S. collection, because I am from the United States, I'll give you a little background about the U.S. collection. The first written documentation of sorghum in the United States is in 1757 from a man, not a very important man named Benjamin Franklin. He brought broom corns over from France. He loved the brooms that you could make out of broom corns. He actually had a friend of his named Thomas Jefferson increase the seed for him, and he started distributing some seed in the United States. But it's really the first recorded evidence of sorghum in the U.S. That doesn't mean that sorghum was not in the United States prior to that. Sorghum probably showed up in the Americas with the slave trade. So maybe 300 or 400 years even before this happened. We really started introducing various sorghums from Africa in the 1800s in the United States. In fact, in California, the first sorghums were introduced in about 1870 as a drought-tolerant forage. So even back in the early and late 1800s, there was some recognition that sorghum was very drought-tolerant. We have now moved into about 43,000 accessions, and those accessions are currently available for anyone to request. The U.S.